And we're live! Welcome, folks. We're back with Dreadfarer. How are y'all doing tonight? Hey, Arky Beppo, Arleval, Bill, Safik. Hey, Tartarus. How are y'all tonight? We're gonna Dreadfarer, indeed. Hey, King. So, if you missed yesterday's stream, we have been playing my very own game. It's a game I've been making for the past year with my friend Neon Rot, who might be here or not. I don't know if Neon's up. Laos, what a wonderful night for a curse indeed. Maybe even 5 of them. You'll experience strange dream if you greet me. Well, hello Lilith. I love strange dreams. Uh, Kurazu, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So yeah, Dreadfarer. What is Dreadfarer? Let's start with an introduction for people who didn't see yesterday's stream, who are just joining us. If you're curious, well, what you're seeing there on the other side is, or I should say, there, is the cover of the game. And if we scroll down, there's actually the PDF for the game, which hasn't been printed yet because this is an early version of the PDF. We're going through, we're changing things. It's actually been updated since yesterday to fix a bunch of the little misspellings and little problems that we saw as we played. But we're gonna play this early version that might still be a little unbalanced, right? We might still have to balance some of the numbers based on what I find and what you guys tell me, because you guys can play this game already if you want to play the early version, or you can pre-order the physical version. I'm gonna put links to everything. Okay. I'm using 1.3, yes. Hey, Neon. Okay, so there's 2 links I'm going to put. One to pre-order the physical game and one for the PDF version. Let's call it early builds. Okay, I'm going to pin these messages. That way they'll be up during the rest of the stream. There we go. It has been pinned. Yeah, first link will lead you to the actual, like the physical book pre-order, which you can get with only the book or the book plus the map, which will look something like this, as a big foldable map, a patch, and 5 postcards depicting all the areas, all the main areas in Lemuria. Lemuria is the lands we're exploring, because Dreadfarer is a game about exploration. We are a person, a character that you can create any sort of character, set in the early 20th century, not any specific year, just around that time, when a new continent-ish, or I guess new archipelago, is discovered in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and you are one of the many people who've gone there for many reasons. Are you escaping your past? Has some weird voice called you? Are you an archaeologist who's there to maybe learn about it and explore? Are you a grave robber who just wants to make a ton of money? That's up to you. You can make any sorts of characters and play the game as them. It's a solo game, which means you only need yourself, the book, digital or physical, and something to write on, right? And the objective is to write your diary as you explore. So the game itself will give you prompts, it will give you locations, weird artifacts that you find, you'll start gaining curses, and with only 2 dice, a d20, if you play any TTRPG, you should have these 2. Otherwise, you can get an app to roll die. Yeah, D4, so a 4-sided die, and a 20-sided die, D20. Those will help you decide, the outcomes of different events as you play the game, and also like which location and artifact you will visit in the next expedition. Hey Rune, cheers to Dreadfarer. You're just fresh from watching the Jeff Out video. Nice, I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much, Regal. For the Book of Build, did you do a photo of the gnome skull? I did. Anyone in chat played Dreadfarer yet? Yes, I would love to know. We are looking for feedback, especially on like the game balance and everything. How it feels to play. Like, are your characters dying super soon? Are you running out of money super soon? Those sorts of things where it can like maybe balance the numbers. So if you've been playing Dreadfarer, please let us know either here as we play, or you can DM either of us, either Neon or I, and just tell us what you think. Any sort of opinion, as subjective as it might be, is really helpful to us. So if you do play it, since this is an early version that is still not the print version, we're still looking to change things and make the player experience better. So Stesanti, if that's how you pronounce it, thank you for the follow. The Bloodbark tree is here. Yes, it was originally made for this game. It's actually called the Veins of the Earth in this game, which was technically the original name, but it didn't fit. Like a few of the pieces I made for this game, I also like posted individually, and for the Bloodbark, I changed the name because Veins of the Earth fits this game really well. Well, it doesn't fit the real world that well. So. But it's pretty much the same, and the image obviously is the same, just in black and white. You've been playing it, you just roll like shit. I mean, that's fine. Do let us know if you've died very soon, or yeah, any sorts of experiences and opinions help a ton. And if you found anything interesting in the book, yes, there are secrets. You dug the email out. Did it get to your spam folder? I'm sorry. That is annoying. We had to send a bunch of emails in a row, so I was worried some of them might have landed on spam folders. But I'm glad you got your code. Hopefully everybody got theirs. Obviously, if you guys get the physical version of the game, just a note, you'll also get the digital early version. And if you get the digital version, it's going to update as we update it. It's an itch code, and every time it updates, you'll be able to go back and download the new version. So you're not just getting the early version of the game, it's just currently in that version. I don't think I ever rolled a d20. Like rolled a 20 or rolled the physical d20. They're fun to roll. Brain frog is intentional, yes. But we might change the description to make it more frog-like, just so there's no confusion. Okay, so let me tell you about our gameplay so far. So we created a character first thing yesterday, and you can roll a d20 and choose among 20 different character like archetypes or backgrounds. That will give you like different stats to begin with, like different health and money to begin with, and some of them will start with like different items or maybe a curse. Ours started with a curse. So we started with a curse called The Voice, which I'm going to read you the description of this curse. So you get I'll read you the description of the character. That makes more sense. Let me see if I can find her. Here she is. Okay. This character description says, a voice has been calling me for years, yearning, telling me to return. I tried to drown its cries in alcohol for years. I lost everything and yet it called. It wants me to come here to Lemuria. I will find the source and quell it once and for all. So that's our the base for our character, right? So we decided our character is called Carolina. She's from Spain, was raised rich in a happy family, but one day starts hearing this voice that keeps calling her to Lemuria, and she tries to drown it. She falls into alcoholism and loses everything, loses her family and everyone she knows. She doesn't use a surname because she's like completely like she doesn't want to be associated with her family or anything anymore. But yeah, she after a while she got like a sense of clarity and decided that she would follow this voice and she would go to Lemuria to see where the voice leads her. Essentially, she starts with a hunting knife and the curse called the voice, which is a voice that calls you to different places, which in gameplay means that every 2 expeditions, which is like the gameplay loop of this game, you can't choose where to go, but you have to roll a die and it tells you like 1 of 4 places to go and you have to use that. So yeah, that's the voice curse, and we've been using that heavily in our character because our character believes she's hearing the voice of God, and she believes that her book, what we are writing, is not quite a diary. It's written kind of like a diary, but it is a new gospel, essentially. She has come to believe that the Christian God isn't real. It's sort of a pretender, like an evil God that has been tricking everybody. And she's been in contact with the real God, which has been calling her to Lemuria. We've been using this sign, which is also the logo of the game. I'm kind of cheeky with that, as the eye of God, right? She's been seeing it everywhere. And yeah, I'll just read you what we got so far, so you get the general sense of how the gameplay loop goes. You got a giant D20, you'll be playing this game? Hell yeah. Gotta use a giant D20. Brain fog is something Neon's partner says when she can't think and can't remember the words brain fog. It's good. I like that. I like that reference a lot. You tell your sister about the character? No, I show her physically because I'm seeing her. I'm seeing her tomorrow, actually. Yeah, it's a reason I'm not streaming for the rest of the week. This is the last stream of the week, by the way. Usually I stream Monday to Thursday, but in this case I streamed Saturday to Tuesday because, yeah, I'm meeting up with my sister, and yeah, I'm gonna be gone until like early Monday. So yeah, we'll be back to streaming next week, probably Monday, maybe Tuesday. Any case, here's our book so far. We call it The Gospel of the Holy Father. I'll read it kind of like an insane person because she's gone completely off the rails. His voice has been calling me for years, the voice of the true Father. It leads me to the promised land, which is what she calls Lemuria. This book is the true scripture, hidden from us by the lying priests. I will travel this land and find the source of his voice, the garden. So we kind of gave her an objective, right? This game, you can technically play it for as long as you want, but the fun part is like give your character an objective and see if you can reach that objective or if you'll die first. So her objective is finding the source, where the location of the Father, which she calls the garden. Money is of little meaning when heeding the call of the Father, sparing no expense, and this is the reason. One of the effects of her curse is that whenever the voice calls her, she has to get like the most expensive travel method to get there. So she essentially started with $160 or something, and she spent like 99% of it on the first travel just to get to the first location, which was really funny. Like, she started completely broke because the curse made her spend her whole family fortune. Yeah, so everyone thinks you're mental and it might be my fault. Yeah, I named the character after my sister, which will be really funny when I tell her. Anyway, the garden. Yeah, money is a little meaning when heeding the call of the Father. Sparing no expense, I've made my way to the land they call Lazarak, which is one of the 4 regions in this game. We check the map. This is the one below here. It's a sort of volcanic wasteland. And let me just zoom in here a bit. And continue. In the doomed wastes, an eye looked upon me, but I knew it was not the Father. So that was our first encounter. There was a strange eclipse happening that just, instead of happening for like a minute or a few seconds and then stopping, it just continued. And she basically stared down the eclipse until it went away. She realized it was not a real eclipse, but it was like a pretender sun. And so she associates this with her deity, the Father, right? The pretender god, the false Christians worship, tested my will, tried to break me, but I prevailed. And we continue. I awoke to a gift that the Father had left for me, a die. That was the first artifact we encounter, which are called remnants in this game. Trying to get things on screen the opposite way. It's difficult. So it was like a many-sided die. A sign of providence. Every time I roll, it lands on a face with 10 markings. So the description for this artifact, for this die, said that every time you roll it, you get the amount of days until your death. And she keeps rolling and she keeps getting a 10. She doesn't know what it means, though. Perhaps he tells me to seek out this number. She doesn't get it. Following his voice, I reached a temple. That was our first location. It was called the Hive. Tunnels of rock crossing through a dark monolith built in his name by the earth itself. His words echoed through the caves. I followed. It's like a volcanic cave, so it gets like super warm in there. His embrace was warm and stifling and pure. I fell asleep in his arms. I woke in the deepest parts of the temple. Stumbling in the dark, my hands reached for something. A mask. And that is our second artifact. The Father's face. He smiled. So there's a mask, which the effect it describes is, it used to be worn by the aristocrats of this land of Lazarak before it got completely decimated by volcanoes. And they used to be like really evil people. And, they use this mask in like maybe a ritual or like some theater representation. But she sees it and she interprets it as the face of the Father because the voice letter there. So he sees this smiling mask. She sees a smiling mask, and she dons it. Usually you're meant to like go back and sell your artifacts and get money, which lets you continue on your way. I got 2 artifacts, so we decided to roleplay a bit, and we decided to keep the artifact, which is actually not a really good thing for gameplay because it gives us a lot of corruption. Corruption means it's kind of the value of your mental sanity as you progress through the land. And if you get, every time you get 5 corruption, you gain a new curse. So we gained our second curse. We started with 1. We gained our second curse. If you get to 10 curses, by the way, you lose the game. So we got our second curse really quickly, but we also got a cool mask, which she believes is the face of her father, and she just wears it from now on all the time. Fun witch horror. Hello, it's me, the bug boy. There is a bug later in this story. It's mentioned. She eats it. You love a financially unstable queen. And now to Roswell. Oh, nice. Alien encrypted memorabilia. That sounds really fun, Bill. Is a bad ending a loss? No, only if you consider it. I think it would be a great ending for her if she got 10 curses. That's why I called the stream Glory My Curse Collection. We're currently at 5, by the way, but no spoilers. We continue. But his voice faded. I wandered blindly through the ash. Did he abandon me? I wore his mask, expecting it may lead me closer to his voice, but I could not hear it anymore. The voice curse only activates every two expeditions, so we kind of leaned into that. Suddenly, I heard bullets ringing. A heathen, clearly intent on stilling his visage. I shot for my rifle, quickly changed his mind. Thankfully, one of the things we got through the first traveling through the blimp is it gets us a lot of items, and one of them is a rifle. So a Winchester rifle, old school. So she had a charged rifle, and there was a guy who attacked her, but she scared him off. She didn't hit him, but she scared him off. A deep and we kind of she kind of jumps a little bit sometimes because her mind is not quite there. So she jumps directly from this. A deep crevice full of statues, angry, faceless. This is one of the areas she comes across. I felt their judgments, enemies of the Father, and they judged me for carrying his face. And blood flowed from my flesh through his holy eyes, and my eyes grew weak and frail, only capable of witnessing the light through his mask. So she gained a curse and lost a bunch of HP through this encounter, where there's like a weird statue that judges you if you have kept an artifact on yourself, which we got this, and we decided to keep it for roleplay reasons, and like immediately after, we got an encounter that punished us for keeping an artifact to ourselves, which is really funny. And we gained a bunch of corruption, which gained us our third curse, which is the anglerfish eyes, which essentially just makes our eyes really weak and frail, and we can't use any lamps. So I blindly carried on through the dark wastes, and then we get another encounter that was really, really prophetic and really good. She keeps getting like really good luck in encounters that really like match her vibe. A stone fell before me, a sign from the Father. The stone cracked, and within I found his word, and it said, and there's something scratched off here, and my body filled with dark pustules, and when they burst, my mind was clear, and I knew where to go. So this encounter specifically, it tells you there's a stone that cracks in front of you, and it tells you the way you're gonna die, which really matched the fact that she got a die that told her she had 10 days left to live. And suddenly we get a stone that cracks and tells you how you're gonna die. But through this stone, you get a lot of corruption, which gets us these pustules, which is our third curse. It's called Inkrot. And she gets to, in exchange, she gets to avoid death once. So she gets basically like a 1-up. And I think it's like honestly perfect for her. Hey, Welsh. Wait. The die that tells you how you die, exactly. The die, yeah. Should have called it the die. Okay, so we keep going. Marble ruins buried in ash, pale fingers reaching for their promised heaven. That's one of the areas here, Timaya, right here. It used to be like the capital city of this land before it got like buried by volcanoes, and it's basically inspired by this area is basically inspired by Pompeii. There's just like a few white columns that are sprouting from a sea of ash, and a bunch of raiders go there to dig through and like get artifacts from this old civilization. But she says it pretty poetically. Marble ruins buried in ash, pale fingers reaching for the promised heaven, and beneath them the coal of a false prophet. So it's really funny because we rolled for another artifact and we got the same mask again. And the way the game works, if you already have an artifact on you and you find a new one of the same kind, it's like a fake and it just crumbles. It's like, you know, it becomes useless. So it basically means you can't have like two of the same artifact, essentially, for the in-game play terms. So we kind of decided to play with it. Instead of having the artifact be a fake that crumbles, she believes it's a false prophet. It's not the face of the true father, and a mockery of his visage, she calls it. So she destroys it. And upon destroying the false idol, his voice returned clear as music. Called by his providence, a carriage appeared in the distance, heading in the voice's direction. So that's our next travel. We just take a carriage for the next area. I rode with them until a wretched presence interrupted my path. Another false idol, and there's an encounter we get where we find a strange doll, and again she smashes it. She keeps seeing and she keeps seeing things that call to her, and she believes they're false idol or like demons trying to distract her from her holy mission. So, emissary of the false gods, it says here. Destroy it. And as I did, I felt the father's reward. Upon my neck, a sibling started growing. Is that you, Eduardo? Which, you know, I named the character after my sister, and I got a new curse by smashing this doll called Little Brother. This curse is like a huge like growth that starts appearing next to your head, and it starts growing like eyes and a mind, essentially, and sometimes can take over can like make decisions for you. So sometimes you have to take its decision instead of your own. So you know, it's called Little Brother. Our god is called the Father. So she believes this curse is like a reward, and she calls the brother after, I said, is that you, Eduardo? After probably a brother she used to have. We don't know what happened to the real Eduardo, but she believes it's him. And his voice, now strong and clear, led me to his tree, a withering fig tree kept alive by a silent man, perhaps another follower of the true father. So I gave the rest of my water. It should be I gave it the rest of my water, right? Like the tree, not the man. So I gave it the rest of my water, going thirsty in its stead. And the father granted me a fig. So that's another encounter. You meet a strange man who's trying to like take care of a fig tree in this completely barren wasteland for some reason. We never learn why. And she decides to help him, and because she believes it's like, you know, the father led her there, and she gets a fig and his holy fruits. Blessed be his holy gifts, and as the weariness of my travels left my body. And through a lake of boiling water, that's the I think that's a dead lake here, if I recall correctly. And through a lake of boiling water, he guided me to his next reward. A charred skull whispering strange messages. That's the next artifact we get. Thankfully, it's not a repeat, so I can actually sell this one. Surely sought after by collectors, a boon to my voyage. So whenever you get one of these artifacts or remnants, when you get back, you can sell it. And
I need a hint for my hint. What state involves being forgotten or erased? This is so sick, BTW.
Thank you. What state involves being forgot or erased? In what context? Are you looking for a word? In real, Eduardo is the guy who shot at her. Okay, so once you get an artifact and you get back to the camp after finishing your expedition, you can choose what to do with it. You can either give it back, like maybe before you arrive to camp, you give it back to the people who rightfully should have it, which loses you corruption and makes your corruption decrease, but you gain nothing else. You can give it to a museum that's here in Quinto. Here, there's a Lemurian museum. You can send it over to the museum, which will pay you some money for it, but you will only gain 1 point of corruption. because you're still taking away the artifact from where it belongs, right? Or you can sell it to the black market, which is what she does. She doesn't have a lot of morality. She doesn't care about like archaeology. She's like, oh, I found this artifact that's probably worth a lot of money. Let me sell it. And she sells it, and she actually gets a ton of money for this one, which is really good because now she's fairly loaded. She has $200, 267 at the moment. So, but the thing is, if you sell it to the black market, you get 3 corruption. So she gets more corruption because of it, but she's corruption maxing. It's fine. It fits the character. A new test of faith. We continue our voyage. A new test of faith. I felt his voice again. He told me a test awaited me in the land of Motag, beneath the Titan's skull. So we are traveling to a new place. We're traveling to the land of Motag, which is this big landmass up on the north, and it is a very mountainous, like craggy area full of like tall peaks and cliffs, and very cold, right? That's every area has sort of a theme. There's like volcanic and wasteland. There's like mountains and cliffs. This angle is like the jungle and the wetlands, and Surah is like the deserts and caves. So we head over to Motag this time, specifically to the Titan's Skull, or the area around the Titan's Skull. So the voice calls us this time. We have no choice. We go to Motag, and to the land of Motag beneath the Titan's Skull. I sought this skull, following the echoes of his voice to the standing stones. We reach this place. It's actually not a location, but one of the encounters you can have. With every step towards them, I felt the crushing pressure of the ocean bear down upon my flesh. But in the center, I felt his skull. I walked forth through the pain until I felt my soul leave my body. So this encounter is basically, you can keep walking forward, but every step you take like first 1 HP of damage, then 2 HP, then 3 HP. She only has 6. So she actually like keeps walking and dies. But she has this extra life that we got. And you know, this match is like, we don't know how many days it's been, but you know, she recently got a die that told her she'd die in 10 days. Probably been around 10 days since, and then a stone that told her how she was gonna die, and we crossed it over at the time because like, oh, that's more mysterious. But now we go back to it, and I felt my soul leave my body, but I remembered the words on the rock. Let the ocean crush your bones so that you may be born anew. And the sea remade me. So essentially she loses that extra life, and she dies and is reborn in these standing stones, and she gets all her HP back, and she gets shown a vision, which in the description of the encounter itself, it tells you like you're seeing over like all of Lemuria. You're getting like a vision of the entire land. But in our case, for the character, she saw the garden, which is what she's looking for. So she saw a vision of the garden. And reborn, I climbed towards the Titan's Skull. The Titan's Skull is the cover of the game. Here. That's the Titan's Skull. There we go. Titan's Skull is the cover of the game. And the visage of an angel, she describes. The father's eye carved upon its bone. So she sees this extra eye, and she associates it with this vision, this sign she's been seeing, the father's eye. And I looked upon the ground, showing me a treasure. A tear, congealed, amber encasing an ancient messenger. So this is a moth, an ancient moth that was encased in amber, and the moth also has an eye symbol on it. So it matches perfectly. It was a great roll. Like the skull, it carried its eye, and I felt a deep hunger. And I took its blessing upon myself, and I felt his smile widen. So another one of the curses we gained is the hunger. That was actually the first curse we gained. The hunger means that if we find an artifact that is edible, which means just small enough to eat, you have to roll a die, and if you get one or like a d4, and if you get one or two, you have to eat it, which means you lose the artifact, but you gain 1 maximum HP. So she eats the moth, the ember encased moth, and you know, she believes she's doing it in the name of her god. Girl ate it. Poorly seasoned chicken breast. Oh no. So, that is what we've been up to. We currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 curses. And reminder, if we get 10 curses, we die. Or we don't die, it's one of the endings. You become a monster, essentially. You're so warped by all these curses that you lose your mind completely and you just forget your purpose and start wandering about as one more of the monsters that travel the Maria. And we currently have as items, we have a hunting knife, we have a rifle with it, which is charged, and we have 2 climbing ropes. And yeah, that's basically it. I'm gonna get my eraser, because I've been making little notes of like each expedition, so we can write the sequence of events correctly, but that was the last one, so it ends with a moth, and we already wrote that. And oh, remnants, it still says last laugh here, but I sold that. So the only remnant we're carrying is the marble mask, which is essentially fused to our face right now. That's how I've explained it. Like she lost a lot of her vision because she's wearing this mask, and she gained this hunger because the mask has this like wide smiling mouth. So it's like a maw, and it keeps hungering. So yeah, we're incorporating the mask into her character design, I guess, into her lore. So that is what we got so far. And next, we have to roll for a new expedition. If I'll recall correctly, I might be wrong, but we were led to by the voice to Motag, right? Or did we choose to go to Motag? We were led by the voice, right? Which means we can choose where we go next. Out of all the locations, if you just watched yesterday's stream, or if you remember, let me know if I'm wrong. I don't know if we choose this one or if it's chosen for us. But we've already seen a good bit of Lazarak. And we've seen one place in Motag. We have 2 more that we haven't visited. Sarah, the desert island, the Sangol, which is the rainforest. Voice? Does that mean it's the voice turn? Your cat is scuttling. You can't move. If your cat is scuttling, you have to acquiesce. Oh, it was the voice's turn. Okay, so we chose to go to Motag. Okay, so it is the voice's turn. We get no choice then. We have to roll a d4, and if we get 1, it's like 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay? So, where's my d4? And we get a 3, which is the Sangol. So we got to visit a new area. Excited. Let's see what we get. First of all, we roll 2d20, and with them we determine first the area, and then the artifact we're seeking there. So First of all, let's learn a little about Desangle. The jungle of Desangle, meaning sacred forest in its local language, the island of Desangle hides many strange forms of life once lost to the world. Deep within the howling trees and croaking swamps are ruins of civilizations past. What secrets could they hold? The island of Desangle is geologically young, crowned by an enormous caldera that last erupted some millions of years past. Humidity is trapped inside this gigantic crater, making it a fertile space for rainforests. To its west sits the large open bay of Dakar. I don't know how to pronounce that, actually. I don't know how to pronounce all the words I wrote because they're made up. That provides passing ships solace from the Akara Sea's unforgiving waves. So, if we look at this is a caldera. You can see it here. You can see the edges of this huge crater.
My brain hurts.
I don't know. I don't know how to help you. I'm not good at words, Welsh. Maybe chat can, though. We're mid-expedition. No, we finished. We got the artifact, which was the moth, and we ate it. So that's the end of the expedition. We already got our encounter, which was this one. So yeah, I don't think we rolled anything after that. I think we just wrote up to the end of up to us eating the bug. Spirit, thank you so much. Okay, so yeah, we were looking at this angle here. We got this big caldera in the middle with a rainforest in the middle, a big bay here that sort of like protects from the sea here, which is a really rough sea. It's a bonbon. It really is. Pride attack.
Pride attack.
Thank you so much for the bits. I think this angle is really, really unforgiving. Yeah, in terms of HP, especially if I recall correctly, right? I think I might have to go look at the stats and the actual encounters. I think Lazarak has more encounters where you like gain corruption and stuff, while this angle has more encounters where you lose HP, because there's just a lot of creatures in this angle. A lot of there's poison, that's true. Okay. So we got this big bay, and let's keep reading the description. To its west lies a large open bay of Dakar that provides passing shaped solace from the Akara Sea's unforgiving waves. The land of Desangle is sparsely populated, with some communities living isolated in its forests and swamps. These tribes claim to descend from a forgotten civilization of Desangle that disappeared long ago. More recently, communities from other parts of Lemuria and abroad have started resettling this land, causing conflicts with the natives who forbid the exploration of its forests. So we got a bit of conflict here between both like the natives of this land, which is like fairly sparsely populated, so there's like not a ton of them, and people who are resettling, mostly in the bay here, both from like other parts of Lemuria and like other parts of the world. So we'll see a bit of that. We'll see where we land on in terms of area first. We get an 8. Let's see, roll down to 8. Ooh, we get a monument. We're getting so many monuments this run. The tree basilica is what settlers have called a stretch of overgrown ruins deep in the forest. These appear to be the remains of an ancient temple. Within it, one can find an altar dedicated to an effigy of a giant tree that was worshipped in times past. This ruin appears to be in more advanced state of decay than most of the ruins of its civilization, and shows signs of having been burnt or purposefully destroyed long ago by the same civilization that built it. So, setting up a bit of mystery, I'll say, I won't say what it is, but each area sort of has a mystery, or as you learn about like the culture of the area, there's like little secrets that are hinted at but never like said outright. You gotta put those pieces together yourself, and it's on purpose. Like it's left vague, sort of vague on purpose. Like you can put together, if you explore enough of this angle, you can probably put together what happened to the ancient civilization, but it's never explicitly stated for you. So you can take that and either build your own conclusion that might be different from what we intended, right? Or like take it in the direction of your own character. So for example, we've been taking stuff and repurposing it for our character and her strange belief, right? So this mask didn't have any specific religious purposes, but since it matches her story so well, now the mask is the face of the father. Or at least she believes it. So, might as well be true. So, we are going to an area that's meant to be this ancient temple that was burnt down. So, some kind of conflict in this ancient civilization. And it worshipped a giant tree. Good. Let me note that down. So, that is Tree Basilica. Tree Basilica, page 46, and its monuments. When you're playing this, always note down the areas like category monuments, because you'll have to roll an encounter from the monuments in that area. So, got the Tree Basilica, and now we're going to roll another d20, and that's going to tell us the remnants that were found there. So that's a number 5. And let me scroll down to this angle remnants. It always zooms in whenever I jump. Okay. Okay, so we get the bronze tip snail. This tiny snail is easily distinguished by its pointy shell, ending in a shimmering bronze-colored tip. This mollusk produces an extremely potent venom that, even in the smallest of quantities, will take hold of a person's mind. Those affected will come to believe they are dead and will avoid everyone else, choosing to run off to an isolated spot, lying down and waiting to rot. This madness will last for days, often leading the victim to die of exposure. The bronze tip venom has been used as a weapon of war, assassination, and sabotage in ancient times. So, yeah, so it's a pretty normal snail that has like an extremely fucked up venom, essentially. It's not the immortal snail. Oh no, she has a chance of eating it. Oh, that would be, honestly, that would be so fun. Like, if she eats it because of her curse, remember, we have a curse that if we get any sort of edible, and any artifact considered edible, like small enough to eat, we have to roll a d4, and we choose, like, we'll choose that once we get to it. But we will have, when we find this, we will have to roll a d4 and choose if we roll 1 or 2, we get super hungry and we eat the really venomous snail, which will make the next expedition will be wild if that happens, because she'll believe she's dead. Any bug is food now. Oh, that was a fun one to get with this curse. Okay, so bronze tip snail. And just to note down, that's page 92. So in case we need to refer back to it. So we have our destination. We are leaving from a different island, which means when we get to the travel section, and I now know you can rotate these. Haha. When we get to the travel section, we are choosing from this area here. We're traveling between areas because we're going from Motag to Desangle. And as is as the curse compels us, we need to get the most expensive travel method, which means we spend $140, baby. Okay. So 260 to 140. So we got $147. Is that correct? No, 260, 120. Sorry. My math. $127 left. But, you know, we travel with the blimp. It's slow but stylish, features a comfy cabin and a complimentary explorer kit. The kit contains 1 oil lamp, 1 Winchester, and 1 climbing rope. We can't use oil lamps, unfortunately, because we have the blindness curse, the anglerfish eyes. But we can probably sell it later, so that's fine. We'd sell it for half of its price, which is probably like, I think it's going to be $7 or something like that. We get a Winchester. We already had the Winchester, so I guess it just gives us ammo for our Winchester. So we get times two for ammo. And a climbing rope, which we already have 2 of them. Now we get 3. So that's going to be our travel method. We take the blimp, note it down here. So we can incorporate it into our descriptions. And before we leave, we can choose to buy more things. It's venomous, not poisonous. I mean, I assume if you eat venom, you'll still get the same effect. 2 guns. We can use guns akimbo. 1 in each hand. Most venoms are actually easily broken down by stomach acid. But if we get pricked while eating it... I mean, it's a very sharp snail, so she gets the venom. If she eats it, executive decision here, if she eats the snail, she gets poisoned. You can always choose to eat the snail anyway for funsies. We gotta... I'm gonna leave it up for chance, I think. It's more fun that way. You want to make fan work of it? Oh, I'd love to see it. If you get pricked while eating it, that's just a skill issue. Fair enough. She does have a skill issue, though. Okay. So, unfortunately, like, the ammo box is a lot cheaper than the Winchester. So, like, once we already have this, the blimp is way less useful, but it is a curse that compels us to take the most expensive way in. So let's see. We already got a hunting knife. The machete would probably be quite useful in Desangle because it can be used to open paths through thorns and vines. But I'd rather have an antidote. So incredible antidote created by locals and collected by explorers. It combats the many poisons of Lemuria. So poison is one of the effects you can get in certain encounters, which means, if I recall correctly, poison means you have to roll for everything that happens. You have to roll twice and get the, or is it maybe you can't gain health until you use an antidote, right? So you're basically stuck at that health or less until you get an antidote. I think that's the effect. The reroll twice, I think that's blindness, which is another effect you can get. So let me get an antidote. Spent 20 to get an antidote because I'd rather be stocked up. And should we just get a first aid kit now? In case we drop our health, like a first aid kit restores up to 3 HP. So yeah, gonna go for a first aid kit as well. First aid kits. Okay, our inventory is really filling up. Thank God you don't have to eat the ammo. Okay, anything else we should get? I think we're at $87. I'm not gonna spend too much because things like maybe local map and stuff would be useful, but I think we're good at the moment. Oh, we can also sell our oil lamp because we don't need that. We can't use it because of our curse. So oil lamp, we can sell it. Each purchase may be sold for half of its purchasing cost. So since we got that free oil lamp, it's 15. We get, I guess we already sold one for 7. We'll sell this one for 8 just for neat numbers. And that leads us to 95. That way we don't have like something ended in 7, because there's nothing that costs $7. There's nothing that costs less than 5. Eel is good. I've had eel. You can sell... Oh, that's true. It is technically a spare gun. Like, we technically got the Winchester, not the ammo box. Which technically means we can sell the Winchester, get $40, buy an ammo box for $30, and that means we have $10 more. It is... It is probably more correct that way, right? And we got $10, so I'm not gonna complain about that result. Anyway, let's continue. We are at full HP. We're honestly pretty good right now, as long as we don't like. If we eat the artifact and we don't get any more money, it's gonna be a little tighter for the next expedition. But now let's go. Let's head out. And now that we're fully equipped, we're locked into our choice. We get our encounter. So we are gonna head over to the Desangle encounters. Oh, we are rotated. Desangle encounters, and we are scrolling down to the Monument encounters. Here they are. And we roll a d4, and we get a 4. So, scroll down to encounter number 4. Usually the monument encounters are a bit longer because they're a little bit, you know, they're usually like the odd ones out of each area. They're the weird ones. So they're the ones that you can prepare the least for, I think. Because usually, like, if you go into the jungle area, you're like, okay, it's fairly likely that I'll need something like the machete or the Winchester, right? Like, hunting knife, anything to you know, protect yourself from creatures of the forests. But monument, you never know. So coming to a clearing, you find a large golden plinth. Plinth? That's how you say it, right? Built into the jungle floor. Growing from it is a bright red and white spotted plant with many tendrils covered in sharp barbs and a wide rubbery flower in its center. As you watch, a bird flies just above it. One of the tendrils shifts and stabs into it, causing the bird to suddenly inflate like a flesh balloon. It rises into the sky, soaring out of sight. After waiting for several minutes, a shower of bird guts and bones descends rapidly, straight into the plant's bright red flower. So it's a plant that eats in a really fucked up way. I like it. I think let's see how our character can interpret this. Standing on a plinth too. Looking about, you realize several of these plinths are dotted ahead of you, each holding one of these plants. So we can choose to either risk it or find another way. Do we risk it, folks? Do we risk it for the biscuit? Easier hunting methods for plants? Not as fun. Don't remember what inspired this one. Yeah, it's a lot of neons. Probably corpse flowers, right? Where they have like these strange ways of eating. Risk it? We're risking it, folks. We roll a d4. What's the worst that could happen? Probably nothing. d4. We got a 1. 1. As you carefully pick your way through one of the tendrils shoots up from the mulched leaves you stand on, stabbing into your leg. It rapidly balloons out, becoming more of a meat bulb than a limb. Slowly it starts to pull you into the sky. Thinking quickly, you grab a branch and stab it into your leg balloon. Pus and blood pouring from the wound, along with trapped air as you begin to descend. The pain is excruciating. Lose 4 HP. Oh, we got really unlucky. I mean, it was 1 out of 4 chances. So we're down to 3 HP. We got a first aid kit at least. As you descend towards one of the plants, you pull yourself along a branch, maneuvering your buoyant leg so you land on the other side of the patch of plants. For now, you're safe, but your leg is on fire. You are poisoned. So, we've talked about poisoning. Whilst poisoned, you roll twice for encounters. And okay, so poison is rolling twice. You roll twice for encounters and always take the lower option. This can be cured by an antidote. So, immediately, we are spending our antidotes and our first aid kits to recover from this very hurty encounter. So we're up to 6, and we got poisoned, but we instantly used the antidotes. So thankfully we were prepared. Getting an antidote was the right move here. That's why you have 2 legs. It's spare, exactly. This girl is either like the luckiest or the unluckiest person in the world, and it just like goes from one to the other. So, okay. We got our encounter, and now we can tie everything together into our writing.
Should have eaten the snail first.
She should have. Technically I guess you can do it however you prefer, like the order of things, but technically the encounter happens first and then you reach your destination. So, okay, last we wrote she had eaten the bug and felt his smile widen. And so, okay, maybe eating the bug gives her like a vision of the next place she needs to go.
Godly.
You should using the snail to stab the balloon. That would have made it so much better. Did she not eat the snail? We haven't gone to the snail yet. For now, we're gonna write like how she gets to the next place and how this encounter. So, took the blessing upon myself and I failed to smile widen and in my mind I saw a temple. And we were writing like a lunatic. That's a fun part. So we gotta choose lore-wise, because there are many cultures, there are many like strange things and factions in this world. You guys don't know most of them, but do we? Infinite Noodle, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. Okay, so many strange things in this world, right? One of them is this ancient civilization of the Sango who disappeared one day, and they worshipped a tree, or at least an effigy of one.
Welcome, Noodle.
Welcome, Noodle. She eats a plant, turns herself into a blimp. And that's how she gets there, exactly. That was the blimp all along. Okay, so she sees the temple. I like to use these like big letters to change between, like, instead of using new pages, since it's been to be really messy, using these big letters to set up like a new expedition. In my mind, I saw a temple and hidden in a cursed forest. Not cured, cursed. I'll write the name. Okay, so what will she think of this temple? Is a question. Does she think this abandoned and burnt temple that worshipped a tree is a false god, like an effigy to another one of the false gods? Or does she think it's somehow related to her god, the father? Because the big tree thing doesn't seem fitting for her sort of branch of belief. She's gonna see a lot of false idols, so we just gotta choose like which one is her real idol. Because yeah, she's looking for a place called the Garden. The Mother.
The Mother.
Previous encounter was a fig tree. Oh, that's true, that's true. She already helped the tree in the name of the father.
Fog tree was a sin. This is a priest tree. Rem priests of it called governed by Christianity. And trees have gardens.
I mean, gardens have trees, but I get what you mean. Yes. Okay, I like this idea. I like this. I like tying the big tree into her system of belief. Hidden in cursed forest, this angle. Okay, so for now we'll say in my mind I saw a temple. For now we'll travel there. What's that? We already used sparing no expense. What's another good way of saying like I spent a bunch of my money? Well, I quickly purchased the first ticket that headed in its direction. Do we have in the map? I don't recall. Okay, the map doesn't have a specific entry for the tree basilica, which is, I think is the name. Yeah, the tree basilica. doesn't have anything because they're all hidden. Everything that's hidden in the rainforests doesn't have like a specific thing. It's in the caldera. It's in the forest. So she probably drops off at this port, Akag, and then heads into the forest, into the rainforest by herself. From the ports, of Akag, they feverishly ran into the jungle. Heeding no warnings. From the locals. She don't care. And obviously she heeds no warnings and she comes to the horrible balloon plants. Can't stand on your phone. Yeah, Beanie's being really nice today. Actually, Bean just jumped up here before. Forgot to put in the camera though. Bean cam. There he is, perfectly round. People don't run from her in fear. And she can probably look normal for a while, but don't speak to her because she will just like dump the most strange of religious creeds. Yeah. Heeding no warnings from the locals. How do we call the plants? A cursed flower, a... She's an American evangelical Christian. No, she used to, she's actually Spanish. She used to be Christian, Catholic. She's Spanish, most likely. But you know, she now has come to believe that the Christian God is only like a liar and a trickster. And she's talking to the real God. Going crazy after being observed. We'll see. But now he's chilling. Here's an idea. She doesn't really like look at the trees and notice their way of hunting. She just like runs through because she's like beelining for that place. And something strikes her in the leg. She's not sure. Something struck my leg. As I ran. Filling it with air and pus. Though I managed to escape. It's strange, or this, I guess. This strange poison was forced to stop and recover from my injuries. Even nature, even nature mocks me for my convictions. It's really good. I'll do that. It was Dig Dug. That's so funny, Neon. At no point have I heard a stranger way of being inspired. I love that. Okay, so she makes it, and now she's gonna find the temple, and within it, the strange snail, which just probably happened to be like in this old ruin, but she mistakes it for a sign. About Jeff out independently, so seeing you suddenly was a pleasant surprise. I love to appear in the most unexpected places to jump scare. She doesn't mistake anything. She's right.
Causa de swirling a snail cell looks like a swirling iris.
Very smart, very smart. But in the furthest reaches of the forest, I came upon, finally, came upon the temple, and now we can take this opportunity to maybe do a little sketch of what the temple might look like. Let's go back to the description, which was, I noted it down in the page 46. The tree basilica is what settlers have called a stretch of overgrown ruins deep in the forest. These appear to be the remains of an ancient temple. Within it, one can find an altar dedicated to an effigy of a giant tree that was worshipped in times past. This ruin appears to be in more advanced state of decay than most ruins of its civilization, and shows signs of having been burnt or purposefully destroyed long ago by the same civilization that built it. I need to go with this one. I used civilization twice in a row and ruin twice in a row. Make a note. Okay.
You'll be selling hard copies after pre-sale, right?
For now, it's only going to be the pre-sale, because we're going to print some extras, but if you want to get it through the pre-sale. Because that way you're sure to have a copy. Otherwise, you know, we're going to print some extras apart from the ones that have been ordered, but those are going to be quite limited. And to get this game on account will help with storytelling, I think. Oh, I'm glad you think so. Eclipser, thank you. Glad you like the book so far. Okay, so let's draw the tree basilica. I'm thinking, oh, we're here. Wait, let me put this away. There we go. I think it should just be like walls, like ruined walls at the center of this temple and some sort of altar in the middle. Or maybe like columns. Or broken arch. Having fun learning more about this character as we go. We get to make it up, exactly. Exactly, Bill. We're now drawing the temple. Maybe there's like a tree getting in through one of the cracks. There's rubble in the corners, of course. Did I write puss with 2 S's? No, just 1 S. Okay, I was worried for a sec. Probably gonna have like pretty wonky perspective and stuff in some places, but I'm making it up as I go along. So, we'll see. And I'm making the walls out of like these very differently sized stones, which is always cool. Like if you ever see like old Mayan civilization ruins.
Their life perspective is wonky.
Fair enough. I almost redeemed a reminder for me to save. It's really important to save my progress on my book. See, saved. I want to imply that there's more columns that we're just not fully drawing. There's grass coming in, like there's light coming in from above, right? This is overgrown and the ceiling is broken, so there's light coming in. There's a big tree. Trying to make these at least presentable, because I do want to take like some good ones and scan them to put in the corners of the book. Especially around the encounters, because those are mostly text. There's not as much, not as many, like photo manipulated like piece of art in that area. Most of the art is around the locations and the remnants, but the encounters don't have that much art, so. Is it perchance a bleeding tree? Maybe. We'll never know. The game does have a bean reference. Yes. A very secret bean reference. Only the top players will find it. You have no class on Friday? Nice. Sounds good one. Don't forget to save the next camp and I'll remove the memory card while saving. It'll turn off the console. Is it cool that cool that I want to monetize my art, right? Everyone always keeps pressuring me to sell my stuff, but you don't wanna. I mean, if you don't wanna, I'd say never feel ashamed of doing that, because that is a skill, and people will happily pay for you to use that skill. So there's absolutely no shame in that. But if you don't want to, that's completely, absolutely fine as well. Keeping art as your hobby is a good and valuable thing, honestly. A lot of people end up burning out from arts because they turn a hobby into a job, and that makes it feel quite different. It's not the same doing art for yourself or for others and for money. So that's definitely something to consider. And you're good. It's good to like stop and consider that. Let's have, where's the light coming from? Let's do from here, from the back, or from the side, so that part is lit. And this part isn't. There's an online bean reference leaderboard. What? What is that? I thought you were referencing an actual thing. I was thinking of like actual literal beans. I ran out of tea. This is so sad. So I can probably do this, since I do have a decent camera. Got steak. Ooh, that's good. You could totally turn it into a profitable hobby. You just rather make the stuff for yourself. I mean, if you can afford that, that's a completely fair decision, I believe. Going to an early college high school. Hell yeah, congrats, Belle. It's very cool. Okay, now let's try to cast a shadow from here. guess let's do here. Or maybe a little closer to this. So I'm trying to make it like sort of high contrast with a shadow kind of being cast down the middle here. Hey Maxwell, how you doing? Expecting Jenna to raid? No, she didn't raid. Did she finish her stream? Allows for high school and college classes to be taken at the same time. Interesting. Is this an art stream or a tabletop game showcase? Well, yes, exactly. Hey, drawing is part of the experience. If you want it to be, you don't have to draw. You can just do a diary. But sketching out what you see, if you want to do it, I think it makes for a fun experience too. Even if it's just like a quick sketch, I think it enhances the experience a bit. And hey, it's not often that you get to see me doing traditional art on stream. Actually, it is the first time. So congrats to you all. It's the first time you're one of the first ones to ever see me do traditional art. Not that I do it a ton, but oh, my eraser is all dirty. Val got a bit too interested. You gotta be invested. Yeah, forget the. I nearly forgot one of the main elements here: an effigy to a giant tree. We'll put that on top of the altar. And I guess that clashes with the other tree, but it's okay because it's in the back. The actual tree is reaching out to touch the tree effigy. Let's make it like kind of symmetrical. Might be good. No, they need to branch out earlier. Yes. Nah, don't like that. Symmetrical makes it a little weird. About making astrobiology a main career? Nice. That is a really cool side of science. I can see why you choose to make a lot of space-themed art. It's a good shape for a tree, for a tree god. Or something like this. Though I've drawn over it so many times and this paper is not very good that it's gonna look a little muddy, but that's fine. I'm okay with that. These are the drawings of an absolute lunatic anyway, so. Oh, it's bean shower time. We love a clean bean. Okay, I'll go over it a bit after stream, but let's continue our story. We find a temple. Let's reread what I last wrote. So I managed to escape the strange prison. Strange poison, sorry. I was forced to stop and recover from my injuries. Even nature mocks me for my convictions. But in the farthest reaches of the forest, there we go. In the furthest reaches of the forest, I finally came upon the temple. And we are visiting the Tree Basilica, it's called. It's not its real name, only the name that people who founded have like dubbed it. And there we are gonna find the snail. And we finally reach the choice, which is, do we eat the snail? It is not our choice to make, but the curse's. So if you remember, we got a curse that compels us to eat artifacts that we find if we roll 1 or 2 on this d4. So, let's see. Do we eat the very venomous snail and thus get poisoned with a venom that makes us think we are dead? Or do we get really rich by selling this? And we got a 3. This time we do not eat it. So, mechanically the better option.
Yummy poison bonbon.
I mean, we already ate our last artifact, so at least this gives us a little bit of money when we get back. I was disappointed, but we'll make it work in the story. That's what we gotta do. Gotta make things work. So, the snail. Let me revisit the prompts. That is page 92. The bronze-tipped snail. This tiny snail is easily distinguished by its pointy shell ending in a shimmering bronze-colored tip. This mollusk produces an extremely potent venom that even in the smallest quantities will take hold of the person's mind. Those affected will come to believe they are dead and will avoid everyone else, choosing to run off to an isolated spot, lying down and waiting to rot. Its madness will last for days, often leading the victim to die of exposure. The bronze-tip venom has been used as a weapon of war, assassination, and sabotage in ancient times. Here's my pitch, though. We don't eat it, but we do get pinched by it. And she believes it is a sign from her god. Like a test, I guess. A test of will. And yeah, she believes she's dead. She technically just died, so it would fit. Fair compromise. And this leads us into a next expedition, because next we need to choose what we do, and we get the choice this time. So I think we stay in this angle. We stay in this area. It's dirty. We stay in this angle, and we just see where like she runs off to. Like whatever the next location and stuff is, it's gonna be like wherever she ends up, by just running off to a spot to die. She believes she's rebirthed again. Jesus squared.
I am Jesus 2.0 for I have died twice.
Jesus 2.0. Finally came upon the temple. And upon its altar was a great tree. It was the figure of a great tree. The figure of a great tree. Do we relate this to the garden that she's looking for? Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe she believes it is the sign of the garden. I need to write faster. It's got to be messier. This got to look messy. Oh, this should be uppercase. Well, we gotta be messy, right? The father's garden. And should we say maybe climbing? And climbing its mighty roots. She starts most of her sentences with "and" because I think that's funny. And climbing its mighty roots. Was a humble snail. And I knew it. To be one of the father's tests. So she pricks herself with it specifically. I think she does it on purpose. Streams 5 seconds lag. Yeah, streams sometimes build up a little bit of lag. So if it gets too much, you can reload the stream and it usually gets better. Okay, and I knew it to be one of the father's tests. So I took it upon my hands. And felt its stinger. It doesn't have a stinger, right? It's just the tip of the snail itself. So how should she call it? And felt its sting, simply. So I took it upon my hand and felt its sting. And we're putting this remnant in our inventory for now, because we're not going to go back to camp. We only get the choice of selling the remnants once we get back to camp anyway. So we're just going to note this bronze tip snail for later. We later got to make the choice to sell it or not. And felt its sting, and I looked upon its shell and saw in its spiral the eye of the feather. Okay, so she just got stung. The effect is taking effect right now as she's writing this. And so I feel like she's gonna make like a really scratchy drawing of the snail. Of the shell at least, because the snail was probably retreated inside. So I'll do it with my own pen. I guess I'll have the snail out. And then I'll just go over each line a bunch of times. So it's like really scratchy and messy.
Bro, the center of the iris is a spiral. The snail cell is a spiral. Is this Uzumaki?
Okay, so kind of a scratchy drawing. And the eye, I guess. Okay, so now she's drawing this as a venom is taking effect. And she says, I am dead. Perhaps I was never alive. The music, yeah.
Seem like the snail prick is a silly little fun time.
It's a fun time. That is true. Let's get in. A song called Forbidden Knowledge. That's a bit more fitting.
Did you know there is actual psychological condition where one genuinely believes they died?
That's the inspiration. I see now. I am dead. Perhaps I was never alive. Okay. Like it's good spot to leave this specific expedition and start planning the next one, because that's where she's gonna run off to rot. Like her intention is now to run off somewhere to rot, because that's the effect of the poison. And yeah, we got everything from this encounter. Yes. So we continue, and we stay in. We stay here in Desangle. First of all, since we are staying, well, let's first choose the location, then we'll see the travel method. She's just going to run, so I think we'll just go on foot, but that's going to make us roll another extra encounter. But first of all, let's see where we are headed. So, once again, we hop over to the locations of Desangle and make the book big. Okay, and we roll a d20. Ooh, 17. So we go down to 17 right here. We got a jungle area. There's a wide patch of open jungle, though unlike regular clearings, there's roughly mile-wide space. I need to add a... I'll go over this one. Add a dash there, mile wide. Page 48. Encounter 17. Okay. And also a comma here. Though unlike regular clearings, this roughly mile-wide space is burnt and blackened. The ground seems to be a flat petrified stump, spanning the entire area, still sooty and burnt from a fire long, long ago. The entire clearing and even the surrounding jungle smells thickly of wood smoke, despite how long ago the area was seemingly burned. Was burned, yeah. Tell me if she dies for real. She's fine. She only got poisoned with a venom that makes her think she's dead, but she isn't. She just believes so. So that is, and doesn't have a name, just jungle patch. Page 48. That's our location, and now we go to the remnants. And we roll our d20. Whoop, that went far. That was a 15. Cursed wood. Really fitting for this area. We're in this like burnt off area of the forests, and we find the cursed wood. A piece of burnt, petrified wood. Though thick as an entire tree, it is merely a small bit of bark of something much larger. It has been covered in spirals and glyphs, warning of its danger to those that come across it. When in contact with organic material, the wood's burn spreads to it, leaving it grey, lifeless, and as hard as itself. Handling the relic with bare hands is not recommended. She's not quite in her right mind, is she? So, Yeah, let's incorporate that into the story. So, cursed wood. Page 95. And I didn't see the jungle patch. I was page 48. I didn't note down which type of area that was. Oh, bean. Okay. He decided once again to sleep where he shouldn't. Oh, little bean. It's because of the dice, right? That's what you want. Okay, so this is a jungle area. Bean, you're on top of the paper that I'm meaning to write on. Okay, that's good enough. Now, do you have my pencil, Bean? Is it under you? Yeah, it's under him. Fetal position, curled around it, crying desperately for the father. Yes. Clearly this will preserve her body to continue the work. I love that. Bean is the encounter. He is. Okay, so we got the jungle patch, which is jungle. Okay, that's so we pull from the jungle encounters, and then we find the cursed wood, which is pretty much a perfect match for this. And yeah, we choose how to go. So we hop over to travel and gear. We're staying in the same area. Rotating here. We're staying in the same area, so we can either ride a coach, $20, or travel by foot. I think she's just traveling by foot. There's a bit more danger. Like you gotta roll another encounter if you travel by foot, but she doesn't wanna, like, specifically the effect of the poison is you actually don't want to see anybody. You just want to run off and die alone and rot. So yeah, by foot. So we roll travel encounter, followed by the jungle encounter. So let's do just that. Let's go to the Desangle travel encounters. Should be right here. And we roll a d4 right behind Bean, I guess. How long you plan to stream? Probably a bit less than yesterday. Yesterday was like 5 or 6 hours. It was a pretty long stream. I'm probably going to stream for an hour or two more. So we got a 3. You're going to have to trust me. It's behind the bean. Okay. This one here. You move out of a thick cluster of trees to see a fellow explorer lying on the track. He's bleeding, and a group of hunched humanoid creatures no bigger than children are crowding him. Their heads are hidden by large nutshells carved with spirals, and their bodies are hidden by leaf-covered cowls. Leaf-covered, that should have a dash. I'll go over it. One is rummaging. Oh, this is from the part I haven't edited yet. Makes sense then. One is rummaging through his clothes, whilst the others jab him painfully with sharp sticks. So he found the... I was going to say the Oompa Loompas. No, what are the guys from Star Wars? The Ewoks. He found the Ewoks. So we have a choice. We either throw a stone or we use our Winchester rifle. Oh, hold on. Can make this big. No, wait. You can't see the results. Do we throw a stone at these strange little forest guys, or do we use our rifle? Oompa Loompas. It's the first thing that came to mind. I was thinking of the Ewoks, but close enough. The whimsical little forest guys. Do we use our gun, folks? Considering she's dead, or she believes she's dead, I should say, and she wants to get away from people as much as she can, I feel like scaring them off with a gun would probably work better. What do you guys think here? Oh, went too far. Gun? Gun it is. I agree. Okay, so it's either a machete or a Winchester, but we all have the Winchester. You brandish the weapon at the creatures, and they look at you, laughing. One throws a pointed stick at you, and it sinks into your leg. Not my leg! I just got that, like, blown up. Painfully, lose 2 HP. They are not intimidated by our gun at all. You lose 2 HP. You stand your ground, and the creatures back away into the trees. You help the explorer to his feet and he groans, thanking you for your help. He gives you $20 as a thanks, and as you part ways, you swear you keep hearing rustling around you, though you do not see the creatures. I'm gonna go ahead, and obviously I'm not gonna make up like new rewards or other things for encounters, but I am gonna decline the $20 because she probably just runs away from the explorer as well. She's probably as scared of the explorer in the current state, or like as scared of the explorer as she is of the creatures in the woods. So she didn't fire her Winchester. Do we still? I assume this one doesn't say we fire the Winchester, right? It's just for intimidation. Sometimes you just use the gun for intimidation, and so that's not like using your gun, your ammunition. In any case, we got our travel encounter. We lose 2 HP, marked down here. We're at 4 currently. And we don't have any more first aid kits. Ooh, good yawn bean. If he sees me, he will die. Exactly. He just bolts. You're so tired, you should go sleep, fish. Like Bean, look at him. And it's pure comfort. So we got this encounter, and now we roll for our regular encounter, not the travel one, which is in the jungle section. So we scroll up around here. Jungle. Those are the first. And that gives us a 2. Right here. Okay. A roar rings out through the canopy as you carefully make your way through the underbrush. You see birds flying out as the trees around you bend under the pressure of something huge. And it is making its way towards you very fast. Suddenly, a great beast erupts from the deeper jungle. It may have been a large cat or a bear at some point, but it is hard to discern its form under the thick layer of fist-sized ticks that covers it. Blood splatters around the animal as the insects feast on its flesh. The only areas not covered by the swarm are part of its ribcage and its skull, exposed from under the gnawed flesh. Choose. Hide, wait, use a hunting knife, or use our Winchester. What should she do? Hide, wait, knife, gun. I think she's in a state where she's probably hiding more than anything. What did this creature look like? I just describe it. It's a large animal, probably a bear or a cat, but it's now completely covered in ticks, so you can't even tell. Taking 100 milligrams with Milok in space. Oh god, pythons, good luck. She would knife it? No unicorn horn, no. We did not describe that. Well, it might have at some point. Who knows? Now it's completely rotten being. No more than a swarm of insects taking over her body. Wait, is maybe corpse to corpse behavior? It's being eaten by ticks, yes. It may have been a large cat or a bear at some point, but it is hard to discern its form into the thick layer of fist-sized ticks that covers it. Hide. It's a test to see if she's willing to follow her temptations of fear. She tries to eat the ticks, though. I mean, she just used her gun. So just like shooting the thing with her gun might make sense. We have a precedent in the sense that she just did that. Okay. I don't see any agreement in chat. So here's a thing. We're gonna make a poll, if I remember how to do those. A poll. What does Carolina do? What is it? Hide, waits, knife, gun. Got 1 minute for the poll. Vote with your hearts. Let's see. Currently, gun is winning. Three gun and 2 weights. 3 gun and 3 weights. Remember to get your votes in. Get your votes in, folks. No votes for hide yet. Oh, Second Amendment, right? It's a gun thing in the US. Well, just a few seconds left if you want to get your votes in. But it's currently locked, it looks like. And a second. Gun wins. She shoots her gun. Okay, first of all, let's remove 1 ammo from our Winchester. We had 2. And let's see what happens when we shoot our gun. If you have a Winchester, you raise the gun and aim, firing right before it reaches you. You hit the beast directly in the skull. It crashes to the ground, skidding towards you until it comes to a halt. The swarm enters a frenzy, stripping the animal down to the bone. You shake your head. Disgusted at the sight. Okay, we didn't lose any HP, which would have been the likely answer or the likely results of any other option. So we came out unscathed out of that. Hey, Stephanie. So our girl Carolina makes it out alive once more. She's still at 4 HP. I mean, her leg is busted, but that's fine. She mostly recovered. And she just had 2 encounters in a row where she... Oh yeah, she got attacked by the strange forest guys. So she did lose some HP from that. She would not be disgusted. She'd be fucking thrilled. She would. She would. Join in with the bugs. No, because she's dead. Remember, she believes she's dead. I mean, okay, Bean. You've had a good nap. You've had a good nap on top of my book. Yes. And I love you very much for it. Isn't that right? You want to do a little dance? Okay. So we gotta write about this if Bean allows us to. Do you allow us, Bean? Do you want to wiggle some more? Is that it? Oh, you give me slow blinkies? Oh, ooh, and a big yawn. No, he wants to be the center of attention. He needs to be the center of attention. Oh yeah. Hello, little man. He loves sitting his head on the book and obtaining forbidden knowledge. He's the real star of the show. He is. Look at his baby blue eyes. Let's get a close up on those. Bean, look up. Oh. Look at that. Look at this beautiful man. Upside down.
Praise Fetuvin.
You comfy, Bean? Little coffee bean. Glacial eyes. Are you good? Are you having fun? Are you comfy, Bean? Yes? Yes, you are. Of course, dude. Lucas? Thank you.
If we don't finish the game this thing, will we get another?
I mean, finishing the game is relative. You play until you're happy with your character, honestly. But I definitely don't want to like finish it in the sense of showing all the secrets, because that's for the players to find out. There's some specific secrets that you can, like, there's an entire secret area that You need. I won't spoil how to get to, but it's not easy. I think we may want to go to at least the ocean area, which you need a specific remnant on you to be able to visit it, and quite a bit of money because you need a submersible. But I think she's probably gonna end up seeking the feather like underwater. I think that would be pretty fun, and thus we would need that specific remnant, which we can't specifically go for. Like we don't have to just constantly go into the same area and try to get it just by random chance. Which, you know, if we get it by random chance, that's great. But it isn't. I think it's in one of the Syrah remnants called the Dragger's Bell. The Dragger's Bell, yes. So we either like go to Syrah until we find the specific bean. Don't break the pages, please. We either go to Syrah until we randomly find it, or there is a specific thing we can do in the travel section. Bean. Ooh. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Hey, chill. Let's chill. You good? Are you good? I repeat. I'll trust you. I'll trust you. Okay, there's a specific thing we can do if we want any specific artifacts, like the one we would be looking for to go underwater, called the Whisper Seeker Deal. The Whisper Seeker Deal, the Whisper Seekers travel across Lemuria, dealing in rumors and secrets. For a price, they will. Oh, there we go. For a price, they will tell you where you can find what you seek. Allows you to seek a remnant of your choosing for the next expedition. So we can actually get this remnant like at any time, but we need $300, and it basically like it just gets you that extra remnant, that expedition, but you gain one curse as well. So it's something you got to do if you're low on curses. And Bean, he found the other dice. Because I have this whole set, like I got this set of, where's the other one Bean? Oh. I got this set of dice. Dice plural. I always get that mixed up. Got this set of dice in Japan. There's another one around. You can probably put it under the table or something. But I got the whole set, even though I only wanted these two for Dreadfarer. That's like, might as well get the whole set because they're nice. I like their color pattern. Palette. Yeah, Bean really wants to eat the die. You want to eat a die? Yeah, try. Literally try. I'll give it to you, Bean. Try to eat it. Oh, he now wants the pen or the pencil. You want it? Here. Grab it. See? It's not that easy to eat, dude. See? It's not that fun. It's like, okay, whatever. I'm out of here. He went to scratch his scratch toy. Anyway, we got the Whisper Seekers if we're looking for any specific artifacts. Which, whenever we want to go underwater, we'll probably do that. I don't care about gaining more curses. I live on the edge. Who doesn't want to eat the die? Honestly, yeah, that's true. Okay, so let's go on with her story. She's been struck by a strange snail that makes her think she's dead, and she believes it's a test from her god, from the father. And yeah, we're gonna continue in that direction, like using that through the next two encounters, like the one we're going to describe these two encounters we went through. What are you doing, Bean? Nothing too crazy. So, let me put the mic aside. This is kind of the issue of this setup is that I'm looking down and the mic is in the way of the oh, he's trying to bite a cable. Bean, don't bite cables, please. The mic is on the way of the notebook, so I have to like maybe put it off to the side like this, if it allows me. Would you be interested in making streams of this games more regular, maybe once a week or something? Yeah, I think that's what we might do after I come back. So, you know, this is the last stream of the week, but next week I'll probably do like one Dreadfarer stream among like little regular art streams. That might be good. Also, Bean, don't scream. Do you want to go? Do you want to go out? Maybe he wants to go out. Hold on. Let me open the door for the chaos beast. Is any? Okay. We'll be back for him soon. I'm glad you're liking it, Pythons. I'm really enjoying it as well. Okay. So, she believes she's dead. Now, let's continue. First of all, she travels by foot. And I guess this is the last part of this entry, I am dead, because it's written in present. And then, like, later on, she'll write what happened after she believes she was dead. So this is after the poison took effect, and she probably recovered from it. I mean, she still probably thinks she was dead at the time, but... Being dead. All I wished for was a quiet spot where I could lie and rot. She probably, okay. I think I got like the arc here. Also, I'm trying to get all the bean hair out of my table. I think I got the arc. She believes she's dead. She goes to find a nice place to rot. And as she's lying there, hugging this piece of wood that's slowly turning her into a slowly like making her body go lifeless, she realizes that was a test. It was to, like, the father made her believe she was dead, so she could, like, you know, reaffirm her life or something, and go on to do his bidding. So, being dead, all I wish was a quiet spot where I can lie and finally rot. I ran for what felt like days. How should we mention the encounters? Those who stood in my way. Those who stood in my way, man or beasts, were quickly dispatched, maybe? I mean, she didn't shoot the first group. She, like, threatened them with the gun, which didn't work. But I feel like she would lie about it. Bean is your character in Dreadfarer. Can't be because you actually meet Bean in Dreadfarer if you play into the secret area. It's so different each time and never get boring. Yeah, and that's why there's 220 pages for it, so that you can play with many different characters and go to the same areas but still have a different experience. Because the idea is that you'll never, like, it's incredibly unlikely that you'll get the same sequence of events, even if you've been playing for a while and you've seen a lot of the places and a lot of the remnants. You got, okay, doing quick math, but you got 20 different locations for each area, I mean, times 20 different remnants, times 20, technically 24 if you count the travel ones, but just in the normal thing, on the normal, if you don't count travel encounters, plus 20 encounters for each area, means that each expedition has, like, what, 20 cubed, is it? 8,000 possibilities. So you got a 1 in 8,000 chance of getting the same sequence of events. Like, even if that happened, or even if you get, like, the same location twice, it's actually kind of fun to get the same place twice, because you got to work that into the story, right? Like, why are you coming back there? Or like, you know, if you get the same encounter twice, like, oh, you're meeting this person again, or you're seeing this creature again. What did it this time? You gotta adapt it. The Cola Borehole Man. No Cola Borehole Man in this one. I'm sorry. Okay, those who stood in my way, man or beasts, were quickly dispatched. The lettuce is sitting. Godspeed, pythons. Okay, and I think that's all she mentions of the two encounters, because she came out pretty well out of both of them, and she's also in, like, a fugue state, so she wouldn't remember a lot of it. You would just remember she kept meeting people and things and just shooting at them. So I think that's, I think it's pretty hand wavy, but it's in character. So now she gets to and I finally reached a clearing among the trees. Burnt, gray, and dead, just like me.
Caroline, so anyway he started blasting.
Pretty much. Can't wait to see what you do with those, Bill. Also, I think I hear Bean outside. Be right back. Let's see. The little man played a trick on me. He was at the door, and when I went to get him, he just ran away. And I was like, nope, you're coming with me. Forcing you. Forcing your hand. Not playing games with you. He's not even facing me. What? What? There he goes. Okay. Oh, immediately he wants to and found. Where is it? Where do you put it? Oh, there. He found one of the die. One of the dice. It's so difficult to do the plural, the singular and plural of dice. Keep messing it up. Oop. Okay. He just wants to die. Here, have one. This one's for you. This one's for you too. As long as you keep the ones I'm interested in, as long as you keep those safe, I'm fine with giving you the rights to a couple of the dice. Ooh, careful with the... Oh, Bean. Careful with the... There we go, the keys. Don't touch the keyboard, please. Thank you. Let me put the keyboard up so he can't get to it. Or not as easily, at least. Let's check them out, Bill. Thank you for the bits. The pride bits. Well, summoning... All these bits help summon the pride mold that attacks turfs. Okay. And now you finally reach a clearing among the trees, burnt, grey, and dead, just like me. And let's reread the location, because... Bean! Careful. Careful, dude. You're a creature of pure chaos. Okay. Bye. A creature of pure chaos, as I was saying. Let's go to page 48. This is unnamed, a wide patch of open jungle. Though unlike regular clearings, it's roughly mile-wide space, burnt and blackened. The current ground seems to be a flat, petrified stump spanning the entire area, still sooty and burnt from a fire long ago. The entire clearing, and even the surrounding jungle, smells thickly of wood smoke, despite how long ago the area was similarly burnt. Okay. If you like doing traditional art, you should. That is always fun. Okay. I finally reached a clearing among the trees, burnt and grey and dead, just like me. And among... the blackened... Shh! Bean! Don't scratch that. Not a scratching toy. HD to the 5th, thank you for the follow. Oh, we have a screaming bean. Let me know if you can hear him. And among the blackened stumps... was a piece of wood. Long dead. But still waiting to rot. So we would rot together. So would we rot together? Hey, Siphon. Here's a sleeper. Okay, so we reach this burnt clearing and we find this artifact called the Cursed Wood, page 95, so I can read it again. Where is it? Wait. Page 95? Must have been around it. Oh yeah, it's page 96 actually. Cursed Wood. A piece of burnt, petrified wood. Though thick as an entire tree, it is merely a small bit of bark of something much larger. It has been covered in spirals and glyphs, warning of its danger to those that come across it. When in contact with organic material, the wood spreads to it, leaving it grey, lifeless, and as hard as itself. Handling the relic with bare hands is not recommended. Obviously, she does. So would we rot together. Should I do? I really like the image of her like lying in a fetal position. Though, would she draw herself? I'm not sure. But I kind of want to figure out what she looks like as she pretends to die. And hugs a tree like a stump. This is not edible, by the way. I'm sorry. It's an enormous piece of wood. Large as thick as an entire tree, as it says. I guess it's not. It's more a bit of bark, so I guess it's not like quite cylindrical, like a cylindric shape. Oh, good sleep, Siphon. What is she wearing, by the way? I feel like she's wearing like a completely white, featureless dress that is like long and completely full of filth at the bottom. What do you guys think?
Val, what was she wearing?
Tactical gear? No, I feel like dress, like completely white dress gives me a cult member. The razor is not good for this paper. Like it's straight up living. Marks. I need to find a better eraser for this paper, I guess. Works fine on my regular sketchbook, but I guess it's not as good paper. Unkempt, messy red hair going everywhere. I was thinking black hair, but definitely unkempt. Not quite doing a character sheet here, so it's a pretty small drawing, but you can at least figure out the basics of what she looks like. Would it be easier if I did a character sheet before? Probably, but it would take longer too. What has it been? Pockets full of figs. She definitely loves a good fig. Also moths. She has taken a liking to eating moths. I feel like, how about this? She started out on a... She has kind of shortish hair. Like this, I think. She started out in a completely white dress. But as she goes, it's completely breaking, and she's having to, like, either make her own clothing or steal her own clothing. So as she goes, she will get like slowly kitted out. But for now, it's like a heavily torn and simple dress. That used to be fancy, you know? But maybe it was like the undergarments for a much fancier dress, because she used to be a rich girl. So maybe it has like slightly puffy, or shoulders that used to be a little puffy but aren't anymore. And the sleeves are all torn as well. It's a very small drawing, but hopefully we can at least get an idea. She might be barefoot. No, I feel like she re-kitted at some point. She probably got boots at this point. Yeah, it's true. If it's an undergarment, it wouldn't be puffy. Long ass toenails are out. Leaving the book in the backyard of some random Christian Midwestern woman. That would be really funny. Bean? What's up? You wanna go out? He wants to go out again. Okay. Don't do anything crazy, Bean. I see you screaming, I'll bring you back. We'll see if you start screaming. Also, at some point this turned off. Huh. The lights. I mean, there's like the default color of the lights. They aren't doing the thing where they reflect my screen anymore. Interesting. The tumor brother. That's true. Yes, I guess we don't have like the... We'll have to represent all curses, because the pustules... Oh, she's wearing the mask of the father. So that's going to cover her face, because she's now permanently wearing this mask. He has a big smile on it, of course. It's really hard to draw detail at this level of tiny... Hold on. I'm gonna sharpen this. Where is my knife? I could draw this bigger, but I didn't want to cover the whole page. sharpening this real quick. Pretty sharp. Could stab someone with this. No, the tumor brother is named Eduardo. We already said this. At some point, we'll do a full character drawing of her, but I feel like it has to be at a later point. Okay, so let's say the dress is like torn up to this point, and we have the little brother peeking through. With at least a couple eyes. There we go. Okay, there we go. Small drawing, but at least it gets us in this situation. Okay, she says, so we would rot together. And as I felt the wood char my flesh, I understood. That you, Bean? Screaming at me again? I think he's screaming. So he was screaming at me. Oh, he's scratching a scratching toy. There you go. Hold it down with my foot so you can scratch it comfortably. That's how nice I am to this cat. Okay, and as I felt the wood char my flesh, I understood. This was his test. This was his test. I was not dead. He only compelled me. To believe this. To challenge my faith and my willingness to suffer in his name. His I understood. I am alive. Only to serve him. Okay. I feel like that's a pretty good way to live this specific encounter or this specific expedition. What do you guys think? So we end the last one being don't go crazy. She ends the last one believing she is dead because of the poison of this thing, and runs around and shoots at people, and then lies down in a place to rot with a piece of wood that makes your flesh die, until she finally understands and stops herself. She understands it's what a test, and she passed. Glad she didn't actually die. No, she's fine. Bean? No, my computer pieces is not a game. So, check the corner of my room. Okay, back there. It's kind of hard to see behind the light and stuff. There's computer pieces from all the, computer pieces I have to change. So, Bean has, I guess, decided those are toys. We've got to be careful. So, I understood I am alive only to serve him. We'll try to go this around. Hopefully this stream. Right now we don't get a choice to where we go because the voice dictates it for us. So, now we have 3 remnants. I mean, the marble mask, which we're not selling ever. And we got the cursed wood. Which it's now possible to sell them. And I think what would she do? Would she sell the wood, cursed wood? Would she sell the snail? Would she do something different with each of those? It petrified her leg back together. I like that. What would she do with these 2 remnants? Oh, we have to roll to see if... Yeah, that's true. What was the specific chances? Little brother, when we have a choice, we have to take the choice that gains us the highest corruption if we roll a 1. So that was a 2, And I guess for again, roll for each artifact, right? That was another 2. Okay, so we can do whatever we choose. We're not compelled by little brother this time. It's still too small. I'm also drawing some little circles around them. Why not? So I feel like mechanically, the best option would be to maybe sell one to the highest bidder. We got 2 right now, so let me show you for those who missed the first stream. On the return page, so we get that choice. Remnants. During your expedition, you might have come across strange relic or artifacts. For each remnant you retrieved, you must make a decision. First is return it. Take it back to its rightful culture or resting place if it exists. Remove 1d4 of corruption. Not removing curses. Gain no money. Donate, and we donate it to the museum and gain a d20 times 5 and 1 corruption. Or we auction it. We sell the remnant off to the highest bidder at one of the black market auctions held at camp. And yeah, we sell it to the black market. We get a d20 times 20. So it's 4 times as much as the donation, but you gain 3 corruption. Or we keep it, we pocket it, and gain 5 corruption, which is a curse directly. Currently, we have 18 corruption, but we've gone down in corruption. So we already taken the corruption, the curse at 20. So we can gain up to 7 corruption without gaining any new curses. Meaning we can either auction both of them, gain 6 corruption and get really close there, or we can auction one of them, return one of them. Maybe we return the snail back to its place, or we left it back then, you know. It's not been explained that we took it. We've left the snail, the holy snail, that delivered this test in its temple, and we auction the wood, which was not as like important to her.
Return the snail.
Return the snail. Okay, so what do you think? Did we return one and auction the other, and we'd probably keep like a pretty decent, like a pretty stable amount of corruption for all this, and quite a lot of money. Return snail, auction wood. Okay, good. Let's do that. First of all, we return the snail. I mean, we left it there. It's implied that we left it, right? And we get a 3, which is we remove 3 corruption, and we gain 3 from the other. So we're completely stable in corruption. We don't gain or lose any. And as for we leave the snail there. And as for the cursed wood, we now auction it, so we can afford to keep following the voice. And the auction is a d20 times 20. And that is a 10. So that's $200. So we had 105. We now have $305. Perfect. Now, for our next expedition, the voice compels us once again. So we got no choice as to where we go. We now have to we have to let the voice guide us once again. So let's see, where shall we be led? And that is a 1. Which means, God, Well, it's a 1, trust me. Which means it's finally time for Soraya. We're gonna see the desert place. I'm happy about that. So, let's open up the page for Soraya, and we'll first learn a little bit about this new area, which is the last one we had to visit, which means with this one we'll have visited all the main all the 4 like initial areas. Soraya, a large desert island, sorry. A large desert island covered by dunes like waves of a deep sea. The little shade and oasis spots are spread far and wide. Beneath the coarse sands are uncountable riches of gold and ruins, but you are not alone in trying to seek them. The land of Soraya is flat and windy, flanked by sandy beaches on the east and unforgiving cliffs on the west, under which lie mines bustling with gold. South of the island is a desolate necropolis of black sand, where the people of Soraya have long performed their burial rites. The people of Soraya are often nomadic, carrying their burden on strange pack animals known as musif, which appear to be related to llamas. They travel the great desert, carrying the gold mined in the western mines to the bustling ports in the east. They do not claim allegiance to chief nor king, and every night sit under the starry sky to sing the praises to the heavens. Recent attempts to colonize this island, mostly by the Dutch, have made failure under Soraya's harsh and unforgiving sun. So, also a bit of colonialism, but not to the extent of Motag or Disangle, because they failed. They tried and failed. We have something called the Gold Route that crosses between the gold mines up here and the big port on the east. There was an attempt at a port here, but it's a ghost town. There are many other interesting places. The entire south is black dunes.
Apóstrofe su grado.
Why was that attempted? Apóstrofe su grado. That doesn't even mean anything. We have money for a blimp again. Third gun time. Okay, so we're going to Soraya. First of all, since we're leaving to a new place, we can restock at camp, which is going to be good because I would like to refill our HP. And, I mean, we could do something interesting here. We have exactly the amount of money needed. Let me explain. And we'll choose our locations in a second, but we got exactly $300, 305 technically. We could deal with the Whisper Seekers, which means we spend all our money and we gain 1 curse, but we can choose a remnant, any remnant we want, and encounter it in our next expedition, apart from the regular remnants. So it is an idea we could use to get the Dragorous Bell, which would allow us to go underwater. Although maybe that's something we want to do in a different stream. It is all of our money, and it would only leave us $5, which means we would end up at 0. Yeah, we might end up in debts, really likely, which could lose us the game. So it's a dangerous proposition. I think we keep this asset like for the next time we go to Soraya, because this is a specific artifact from Soraya. But we gotta make sure to take this deal before we reach 9 curses, because otherwise we gain the curse and we lose the game.
But I just felt like the weight of the ocean.
It did feel like the weight of the ocean. So yeah, I think we'll be doing this. We'll be kind of setting up for this, like story-wise. We'll have the voice lead us to the idea that we have to go underwater, so that she becomes convinced, and then she specifically seeks the bell, which allows us to do that. Also, like even if we did to go underwater, we need to take a submersible, which is $50. And that's the only way of going on the water. So you need 50. You need at least 50 as sort of a tax every time you want to go to Akara. So yeah, that is the idea. For now, though, we are going to locations in Saram. We already talked about the island itself. And now we are going to roll a d20. Oop, that was a 12. And we go to the Nava ports on the east of the island, which serve as the main hub for trade in Saram. Gold mined here leaves for the rest of Lemuria and abroad. Many foreign ships are docked in the harbor, looking to trade for the riches and artifacts found under the sand. So we're going to the most bustling port in probably in all of Lemuria, and which is going to make for a nice change after all of our Here's Nava, by the way, which is named after a place in Asturias, as many other places in this game. So that's the big ports. Let's mark it here. Okay, we're going to Nava Ports. That's obviously a town, and that is page 27. And now we roll once again, and this time we roll for the artifacts. Or the revenants, should I say. And we get a 15. The Silverstone. A rare, deep blue mineral with a silvery glitter. Great care is needed when handling it, as it slowly converts the skin of those who touch it to stone on contact. Certain people in the area feature arms and legs carrying this affliction as a sign of status, which is known among native tongues as Mark of Susanos. So this is Silverstone, which is matches pretty well the last one, the cursed wood that we got. Things that curse you on touch. Silverstone, page 83. Great. So we got our place, our destination, and our remnants. Now we stop at camp. I guess we restock, and we can say in the story that we're restocking at the port itself, which makes more sense. But gameplay wise, we got to do it first. Where is this? Traveling gear. So now we choose our gear, and let me rotate that. We still have one shot in our Winchester rifle. We're going to an area, like a town area. So Winchester is probably not the first thing I'd want. You get to see the culture. You see Bigfoot, Bill? It was sometime in Idaho. Dog immediately perked up. Something brown in color about 8 feet heights. Pretty much just ignoring your existence. I mean, most likely a bear, but who knows? Who knows? What happens when you go full rock? That's up to you. I mean, you probably become a statue. Let's see. We don't need ammo box right now. We're gonna have to get the most expensive means of travel after this. So it would be ideal if we spent enough money that we ended up with less than 140. So if we ended at like 130 or something like that, dollars, then we'd get the plane, but you know, we'd get to spend $130 in or 160 or something like that in useful equipment. So that might be for the best. We already got the hunting knife, don't we? Yes. Let's get studies in the Lemurian language. Now that we are finally going to a more bustling town, that might be useful. And it is a permanent item too, so it's kind of like a permanent upgrade, unless we lose it. So we got studies in the Lemurian language, and we spent 40. So we're at 260. Maybe we hire a local guide for this one if we're feeling silly. Bigfoot was just a furry. Bears do walk on 2 feet. And bears can look surprisingly like a man and really scary. Okay, yes, we are getting a first aid kit. 245. First aid kit, which restores us back to full HP. I wish we could get the Motagi roots, which would allow us more maximum HP. We basically got a character that has the one of the lowest HPs among the characters you can choose. Started with 6. We did get it up to 7, but by eating the remnants. Okay, a compass would allow us to choose a different location if we wanted to. Sun lamp we can't use. Okay, antidotes. Let's get an antidote. Not for now, but just because we need to spend money. And how about we get 2 first aid kits. And we're at 185. We're getting close. Or even 3 first aid kits. We're at 165. We're shopping today. I don't think we'll need a machete for a while. Like maybe next time we go over to Desangle, but a machete's not going to be super useful in Sarai, I don't think. Okay, we can spend, what was it? Is it 140? So we need to spend 30 more. Let's get an ammo box for a Winchester. And that leaves us exactly at the money. You know, we don't need a Winchester right now, but it's a generally really useful tool. So Winchester ×2. There we go. And ×2 is the ammo. So now we are kitted and we get the plane for our travels. So that spends 60. And that is, that should give me a 75. The sun lamp would be useful, but we have a curse that doesn't allow us to use either oil lamps or sun lamps. So those are out of the question for now. There's a specific curse that doesn't let you use a Winchester. That might be one of the toughest curses in gameplay terms. Would I be able to run one of my custom remnants for you, for your opinion? Absolutely. Tell me about it. Also, this paper gets really stained when you erase, so I'll eventually have to change it, but it's fine enough for now, just for quick dirty notes and to note down all the stats and stuff. So we have taken the plane, which means we don't get any travel encounters, and we just directly land probably in the sand next to Nava. So we charter our little plane and we're taking right to the port of Nava. There we will roll for our encounters, our town encounter. Okay. Desert Cave Town. So we roll our d4 and we get a 4. Okay. Passing by an alley, you see a woman sitting in the front of a wicker basket, a strange stringed instrument clutched in her arms. Care to try your chance at the serpent? She opens the basket, a black snake emerging. We can choose. We either walk away, or we try a chance with the snake, offering any amount of dollars. What do you guys think? Are we in the gambling mood today? Does Carolina's religion allow gambling? I've just been offered a gamble by a lady. Okay, let me read. Wait, while we get chance opinions, let me read the King's artifacts. A small squared jar filled with a murky yellow liquid. Its surfaces are marred in a fine white dust that, no matter how much or how hard you rub, does not seem to come away. Pasted to the side is a yellow label covered in scrawled German text that you cannot read, your mind growing hazy with every attempt. The only word you can parse is probe, loosely translating to sample. You swear that you've heard an infant's wails emanate from it late at night. It's really good. I like that. A fetid baby thing. I can't think of anything else. I would just call it sample. Leave that open and mysterious. Little things in terms of style. One of the rules we've used for this game is no contractions in any description. So you know, it's, we use it is, that sort of thing. So you've heard, you swear you have heard. I would switch it by that. And its surfaces should be without the apostrophe, because it's not it is, but it's. I think that's the only things I could tell you. I like the concept of it a lot. She's always in the gambling mood because she's doing it for God, and God will give her prosperity. It's true that she's always looking for funds for her travels. Did she invent her religion? Pretty much. She's making it up as she goes. I mean, a lot of it was the voice. We don't know if the voice is entirely in her head, but it's a little bit Christianity, derived from Christianity, but because she used to be Christian, so there's a little bit of that, but it's entirely her own madness, I would say. But okay, let's gamble. Let's gamble, folks. So we take our chances at the snake. And we choose any amount of money. And then we roll a d4 to see if a chance at the snake was rewarded or not. So we currently have $75. I feel like we should leave enough for that if we lose this money, we still have enough for at least like cheap travel for the next area. With cheap travel would be staying in the same area, that would be $20. So I think maximum I would spend is... Bet it all on red. I think max I would spend is 55. But it would be good to spend something with a 5, because the 5 is pretty useless on its own, since the only thing that costs 15 is the oil lamp, I think. 25? Okay, we got two 25s. Let's bet 25 bucks. Okay. Is that me? No. So we're at 50. We've bet 25. And now we roll the die. And we get a 4. A 4. It's hard to focus, but trust me. We got a 4. The woman plays a haunting melody with the instrument. The snake begins to wind around your legs, hissing and swaying to the song. Impressed, the woman ushers her snake into the basket, giving you back double what you paid. So we danced with the snake and we didn't get poisoned. And we got... that 25 turns into 50, and we are at a tight $100. I love betting. I don't bet in real life, don't worry. Did you drink air? Wrong chat. What was the correct chat for that? Wind. Oh, to wind around your legs. Yeah, that makes sense.
Godas Blester Bravery. Gambling is good.
Oh god. Okay. Page 128. This should be a period. Encounter 4, 3, 4, end of first sentence should be period. Noting these little things down for the next version of the game. I'll make my own religion with blackjack and hookers. Okay, so we have correctly passed this sort of town. I always like the town encounters, because they're usually like pretty interesting. You make bets, you talk to people, you have to like, it's more like social type things, and that's good. So yeah, we made our bets and we won. Now we go to Naviport and we find the Silverstone, or we were at Naviport. How does she find this weird cursed stone at a busy port? How should we set this up? You replace I love Sunless Sea, yes. This is kind of Sunless Sea-ish. The father is prosperous. So maybe she starts preaching in the streets. Hear me out. She starts preaching about the father in the streets. Nobody listens to her. but she keeps going and preaching on her soapbox in the street. Obviously, she doesn't even speak the local language, so she's just speaking her language, which would be Spanish, most likely. Maybe she knows English too. I mean, she's writing in English, so she's just up there preaching until like a foreigner sees her and is interested in what she's saying.
Are the worst.
And invites her over, like it says something like, "Oh, I heard his voice too," and so they get speaking, and she invites him, or he invites her over, and what happens? Maybe she realizes that he's lying to her, and he's like either trying to take advantage of her or trying to stop her quest, because he knows she's onto something, and she somehow uses like the silver stone, which is at his house, like it's some sort of artifact he collected. She uses that to like petrify the guy and get away. What do you guys think? Like, she uses stone itself as a weapon and runs away with it. Maybe not entirely petrify him, but at least like turn his feet to stone so he can't run after her. Goes for the eyes. Oh, the eyes is very good. Yes. Okay, let's go with it. So we ended the last page saying, "I understood I'm alive only to serve him." And we continue. "And so I served. And so I served. Following his voice. To the busy port of Nava." He tells her that the voice died. She's like, "You're a heathen." I love that. This place would suck to just have normal real world mental health problems in. A lag? Is the stream fine? Let me know if you get any hiccups or anything. Honestly, it's been really stable since I changed other pieces on my computer. So I hope that even the internet like slowdowns that I had sometimes, because I haven't had those since in the entire week so far. I hope that even those like slowdowns that I had been getting were somehow related to like the motherboard or something, because this one's working fine. Like, I haven't had any problems with it. Maybe just luck though. I always thought it was an ISP problem. No, you're fine, Bill. Everyone has things that they can't quite explain. It's interesting. Okay. Okay, so we follow his voice to the busy port of Nava. There I stood, on the streets. Well, I guess we should include the the bet she does. There I stood on the street, singing his praises. To show my faith. To onlookers. I took a woman's offer. To dance with a vicious serpent. Which followed my lead. Or which became tame. At the simple mention of the father's name. She's puffing up her story, obviously. She took a bet, but she's writing her gospel. 90% flavor text, and that's your strong suit? Hell yeah. You're at a gas station on the outskirts of Rossville, saw a green light hovering a few feet above the gas station. It was making a weird low humming noise. Smelled like chemical cleaner. I mean, there's bowl lighting. That's a thing. Or classic swamp gas. That's a classic. I don't know if that's near a swamp though. No, it's Rossville. It seems very dry. But ball lightning is a thing. It's a real phenomenon. Or it could be something, yeah, like a weather balloon or something.
You know that there are preachers who travel around the USA handling venomous serpents to prove they were protected by God. Behold, I give unto you power to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you.
Oh, I love that. I'm gonna steal that phrase. I'm gonna steal that phrase whole cloth. I'm just gonna, yeah, all caps. Behold, I give unto you power to tread on serpents. And scorpions. And nothing shall by me. I'll cut it down. Luke 1:19. Perfect. She would know Bible quotes to say. They still exist in Appalachia in the Deep South? A death of 2 every year because they got big by a snake while preaching? Oh no. Well, play with fire. Okay, so nothing shall by any means hurt you. And now we continue. But none would listen. Would listen to my words. All but one man. Foreign like me. Who told me he also sought this land after hearing a voice. He invited me to his house. Where he showed me all manner of wonders. And artifacts from this land. Such as a silverstone. Capable of turning flesh to stone. She's just pulling a colonial Christian missionary act to Lemuria? Yeah, but with her own newfangled religion, baby. Okay. All manners of wonders and artifacts from this land, such as a silver stone, capable of turning flesh to stone. And I asked him where the Father led him. And he said, I have not heard his voice in years. Heathen. False believer. Bigfoot could be a kind of suit. I mean, there are many photos of Bigfoots that look like, of bears that look like Bigfoots when they're slimmer and when they walk on two legs. I would bet you that most of Bigfoot sightings are just bears. But yeah, just like cryptids and all that, absolutely. Cryptids are folklore, and folklore is great. Bigfoot has cracking norks. Never forget. Okay, heathen, false believer. He only led me to his house to trap me, silence me. I needed to get out. I needed to leave. I took the silver stone. And rubbed it on his eyes. Before running, not looking back. So she's just attacking an innocent man that just tried to be nice to her, and that maybe heard some kind of voice, but hasn't heard it in years. And yeah, she just blinded the guy and left with one of his artifacts. Which I think it's about 6, perfectly timed. I think it's a good moment to leave the stream. What do you guys think? We've seen all the areas that we hadn't seen on the previous stream, and we've made some enemies. We've deepened our faith in the Father. We have seen temples. We have seen effigies to the garden. We have seen a snail that left us a sign, and we passed his test, and so started preaching. Our first attempt at preaching went really badly, so who knows? Maybe she starts running and goes into hiding in the desert dunes of Sarah because she thinks she's being followed. I like Sarah. We'll see more Sarah in the next. It's one of my favorite areas, honestly. We'll see more Sarah in the next episode because we are gonna keep playing this. This is my official confirmation that we're gonna play more Dreadfarer because I've had a lot of fun, and I think there's still a lot of things to see. I want to play this character until either she dies or reaches an interesting conclusion. And so far, she's doing pretty good stat-wise, and I'm having a lot of fun making this character into what she is, and this really messy writing, little sketches and crossed out things. What do you guys think so far? Have you enjoyed this little bit of gameplay? How's Bean? Bean's lying on the ground, it's chilling. He's calm now. He has managed to calm down. Yeah. How have you enjoyed this game so far? Because I've enjoyed it quite a bit. I will leave the setup here for next week, I think. Because we might start with Dreadfarer next week, or maybe that's too much Dreadfarer in a row. Yeah, maybe I think next week we'll do one Dreadfarer stream, be it either Monday or Thursday or somewhere in between. Glad you guys enjoyed it. Here's my reminder. You can get the game. You can get this early version right now, which is still going to change in a few spots. And the balance might change, and the writing needs a little bit cleaning up here and there. And there's going to be extra little drawings, like things I made, like maybe this drawing, or like this one. Where is it? This one. This one I think definitely will make it to the book. Yeah, but we'll take the little drawings I've been making and add them to the book itself, because I think that's going to be fun. As little, little things on the corners to decorate the pages. And yeah. So it's also, it's also going to be stuff that's added to the book. Game feels surprisingly satisfying to watch. I'm glad to hear. I was using a submersible and found a cuttlefish that called me the F slur. And that's when we get to the water. Don't worry. We'll see what we find. Yeah, this character has legs. I'm enjoying playing her a lot. Put this here. I'm enjoying playing her a lot. We'll see more of her until she dies. I honestly thought she would die this stream. Like, I was pretty sure she had five curses in a single stream yesterday. I guess the stream has been a slightly shorter, but we have got no curses, no new curses this stream. We have been we have had a lot better luck, I guess, with encounters, and not gotten any encounters that gave us a ton of corruption again. So, yeah. Do you plan on making photos of the creatures, like photo manipulation? Maybe not of the creatures, maybe other like artifacts and stuff. Maybe, we'll see. We'll see. I think there's already plenty of photo manip stuff, and I think it would be nice to fill it with like sketches as well. That's why I'm making these. So I cut this. I'll scan this, and then maybe with a white page in the back, so there's no transparency. But yeah, I scanned this and may then like put it as a little broken piece of paper on the book like this, so it has this scrapbook feeling. And we fill up the encounters, which is honestly right now the areas and the artifacts, they have a lot of illustrations. Like, I'm scrolling through them right now and you can see it's quite well illustrated. And yeah, like full page illustrations. There's at least a couple per area, sometimes more. So yeah, there's quite a bit of them already, but if you scroll down to encounters, there's more like little things on the corner of pages. Here's one based on an encounter that Neon did. But it's a lot sparser in terms of visuals, for the most part. So yeah, here's a little that was Neon's edition here. Yeah, you can see there's some, but in any case, that's gonna do it for us tonight. I gotta get ready to leave later, so yeah, I'll meet up with my sister. I'll actually bring this, because I want to show my sister her character. Well, the character that I named after her. It's not based on her. My sister's not a religious fanatic, so it'll be funny though. Well, she nearly lost a leg. Yes, she did. She ended up being fine, but she nearly lost a leg. One leg for God is worth it. Not God, the Father. The one you call God is a pretender. But yeah, in any case, yeah, you will see more of this next week and just more art in general. So yeah, until then, folks, I hope you take care. I hope you have a great time zone and a great rest of the week. I'll see you soon, folks. And remember that you can get the game. Go to the pinned links before they disappear. They'll disappear after the stream. So go to the pinned links on the top of the chats. There's the Ko-fi link, which will get you the pre-order for the physical edition. You also get the PDF, of course, and the PDF edition, which is currently an early build, but will later be updated. I forgot to say that. Okay, now for real. Goodbye.